Good morning. Can we please see some of Robert Lewis's past works? Can we please see some of Robert Lewis's past works? Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we have Robert Lewis. He has a visiting artist residency this week here at Museum of Glass. And on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m., he'll have an artist talk. And if you can't make it back here, that's fine. You can always log into our live stream if you're interested in learning more about Rob. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. And you can find that at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. He is currently creating acorns, and these acorns will be placed into bowls. So they're just one part of a larger piece of work. If or when you walk into the Hot Shop, you'll be able to see one of Rob's past works in the vitrine. So be sure to take a look at it if you didn't stop and look at it on the way in. I can tell you guys just a little bit more about Rob. He spent most of his childhood growing up in the rocky coast of Maine, and he received his BFA with honors in glass from the School of American Crafts at Rochester Institute of Technology in Rochester, New York. He lived in Seattle for 7 years, working summers at Pilchuck Glass School and assisting various artists throughout the Pacific Northwest. In 2004, he became a hot glass instructor at the Hilltop Artist in Residency program here in Tacoma. And in 2005, he was hired as an associate professor of the Toyama City Institute of Glass Art in Japan. In his work, his intent is to offer cropped moments of perception that enable the viewer to stop, pause, investigate, and interact with our surrounding environment. These works are inspired by naturally occurring phenomena and provide us with a short time to be still, reflect, and immerse ourselves in a sense of wonder. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. We're at a point in the process where they're shaping the base of an acorn. So you'll see that he's gathered some glass from the furnace. He'll let that glass cool down a little bit as he rotates, and then he'll shape it on the table there. When he's ready, he'll dip into the tray of crushed glass. We call that frit. It's just crushed black glass. They gather the glass from the furnaces, and all of the glass within the furnace is clear. So we have to add color as we work through the process. So as they work, they have to go in and out of the reheating chambers in front of the benches to keep the glass nice and hot. These reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're only designed to reheat the glass, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. The glass needs to stay above 1,000 degrees during the process to prevent thermal shock. And those reheating chambers also allow us to be able to go back to the bench to continue to manipulate and shape the glass to the desired design. So he gathered up some glass. We're going to create a branch for all of the acorns that have been created. So he'll gather up enough glass to be able to create the branch. The glass that he gathers at the end of his rod there comes from the furnace. The furnaces are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at about 2,300 degrees or 100 degrees. So as he rotates that gather of glass and the crushed glass on the table there, that is what we call frit. It's just black crushed glass. It'll add a surface color to the branch. We're going to create a branch now, and then we'll place the acorns onto the branch. Welcome into the hot shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we have Robert Lewis here this week as the visiting artist, working in the hot shop with the team. My name is Emily, so if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be the MC for the day. Currently, in the process, he's creating a branch, which they will place some acorns that he made earlier this morning onto that branch. So, just to tell you guys a little bit more about our visiting artist, can we please see some of Robert's past work? So, his intent is to offer cropped moments of perception that enable us to stop, pause, investigate, and interact with our surrounding environment. These works are inspired by naturally occurring phenomena and provide us a short time to be still, reflect, and immerse ourselves in a sense of wonder, comparable to instances that momentarily transfixed us as children. Many of these smaller works are intended to be viewed by one person at a time, offering an individual experience to help them contemplate, offer guidance, and navigation to some type of meditation, or act as a catalyst for memories without distractions. Be sure to check out the piece in the vitrine as you in the front of the hot shop. Um, that's one of Rob's past works. So now they'll start to take the acorns out of the garage here. The garage is this silver oven in the middle of the hot shop. And that oven allows us to hold pieces at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process. So he'll come over with the acorns and then Rob will place them onto the branch. They have to keep the piece above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock, so they'll go in and out of the reheating chamber, which is the chamber right in front of the bench. And that chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees while they're working. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here at the museum, we always have different events and activities. And if you're ever interested in what's going on in the process, we live stream what's happening here in the Hot Shop Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. We have different events every month, like Third Thursday. We're open free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. And we have the Hilltop artists, youth artists here demonstrating their skill sets. And then we also have another event bigger event, I should say, this month. We're celebrating 420. So on April 18th and 19th, we'll be highlighting the process of how pipes and bongs and dab rigs are created. So they'll have different flame working stations, which is tabletop glass making on a torch. And then they'll also be working from the furnace. Different artists, pipe makers and bong makers will come and demonstrate their skill sets here in the Hot Shop. So that's April 18th and 19th in celebration of 420. So if you have any interest in the process, be sure to come and hang out. We'll have different offerings for the public. We'll even have a silent auction on the night of the 18th, I believe. So be sure to subscribe to our email newsletter so you're able to learn about the different events that happen here during the month. Can we see the joint venture slide? On April 18th from 10 to 5, we'll have demonstrations, and then from 5 to 8 p.m., we'll have a beer garden, pipe and rig making demonstrations, and then we'll have a silent auction of selected pipes and rigs made by the demonstrating artist. So now that we finished the acorn branch, let's give Rob a big hand of applause for all his hard work. Clap it up. And then it'll go into It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. Can we please see some of Robert Lewis's past works? We're not done yet. So they're going to sculpt up some more acorns here in the hot shop. The process to create here in the hot shop consists of heating up a steel rod and then dipping it into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they are able to hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. As you can see here at the end of the rod, when he comes out of the furnace, the glass looks orange, but it's just because it's hot. So he'll dip into this tray of crushed glass, which is known as frit. It's how you're able to apply color to the surface of the glass. One way to be able to apply color. So we're creating an acorn. They just finished creating a branch with multiple acorns attached to the branch. So I will assume we're going to create a few acorns and then attach them to another branch. But I could be wrong, so I'll let you guys know exactly as we go along. When the glass is nice and hot, it glows orange. But when it cools down, you'll be able to see the true color. That's good while they're working, that it has that orange glow that indicates they'll be able to shape the glass. So as they go in and out of this reheating chamber, that reheating chamber is designed only to reheat the glass, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. Robert Lewis is our visiting artist here for the week, so he's creating his work with the team. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. They work in and out of the reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot during the process. And now they're going to lay the top portion of the acorn on. When the glass glows orange, that indicates it's super hot, very malleable. Then they'll give a flash and continue to shape. They park the acorns in the garage here where they're held at a steady temperature. The garage rests between 800 and 1000 degrees. So it's hot enough to hold it, but not high enough in temperature to continue to melt the glass. And then later we can rework them into the process, or they can just be standalone acorns. Welcome into the hot shop. Robert Lewis is our visiting artist today here, or well, this week in the hot shop. Currently, they're creating some acorns, and then they place the acorns into that silver oven there. That garage is designed to hold pieces at a steady temperature. It rests between 800 and 1,000 degrees, and that temperature is warm enough to hold them, but not high enough to continue to melt the glass. My name is Emily, and I'll be the MC for the day. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I think we're going to make another acorn, and that process consists of gathering up some glass from the furnace and then rotating it in the crushed glass on the table there. We call that frit. This adds color to the surface of the glass. All of the glass that we gather from the furnace is clear, so we have to apply color during the process. Can we please see some of Rob's past works? So Robert's an American Canadian contemporary artist and educator who's been teaching international post-secondary institutions for the past 21 years. He's enamored by and constantly creating he's been enamored by and is constantly creating work that utilizes the characteristics of transparency, protection, preservation, magnification, reflection, projection, illumination of light, and a fragility that are uniquely associated with glass for the past 32 years. He translates these unique characteristics into themes that help express ideas, and he makes components for portable reliquaries, objects of phenomena, encapsulated by intimate environments. He also creates flat prints, enamel paintings, and autonomous machines. Be sure to check out one of his past works which is in the vitrine in the front of the hot shop. So now they're going to create the branch for the acorns that they've created, which are resting here, and they can be reworked into the process. So they'll take them out and then add them onto the branch. He'll dip into that mold, which will create low and high points, like rough ridges, like a Ruffles chip. And then he'll sculpt out the branch. Now he'll bring the acorns over and they'll place them on the branch. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at www.museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab. So you can always watch from the comfort of your home and see what's happening here in the hot shop. And every day we're creating something different. It changes by the day. Whenever you're sticking parts of glass together, you always want to make sure it's super bright orange, which indicates that the pieces are highly fusible. And then we always have to go back into that reheating chamber during the process to give the piece a flash. We have to keep the piece well heated to prevent thermal shock. That reheating chamber in front of the bench rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. So now we'll tap the branch and the acorn off of the pipe. He'll torch it, and then we'll place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them a oh, we're not done yet. We're gonna. I think the acorn disconnected itself, so we're gonna rework that. Alrighty, now we'll place it in the oven. Let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. The items that we make here in the hot shop have to cool down overnight in an annealing oven to prevent thermal shock. Glass has a tendency to shrink when it cools, and so it has to be evenly cooled down through every layer. And in just a moment, they'll make another branch and attach another acorn. They'll create something, and I'll let you guys know exactly what they're doing when they start. Welcome into the hot shop. We're currently at the point in the process where they're placing acorns onto this branch that they've created. It's at the bench. They'll bring over the acorn and then attach it to the branch. The visiting artist this week here in the hot shop is Robert Lewis. He'll be here through Sunday creating his work, and on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m., he'll have an artist talk here in the hot shop. Can we please see some of Robert Lewis's past works? There on the big screen, you'll be able to see some of Rob's past works, and in the front of the hot shop, you'll be able to see one of his larger scale past works as well. Rob's works are inspired by naturally occurring phenomena that provide us with a short time to be still, reflect, and immerse ourselves in a sense of wonder. And if you'd like to learn more about Rob, you can follow him on Instagram at Berto Lewis. So they'll dip the hot glass into the mold to create like ridges on the surface of the material. We're currently creating a log, which an acorn, or I'm sorry, a branch, which we will attach an acorn to this branch. It's just a sculptural piece that Rob is has been creating this morning here in the hot shop. For my youth visitors who have been watching here in the hot shop this morning, we have a program known as Kids Design Glass. Be sure to stop by the Kids Design Glass table. It's a program created to inspire the youth 12 and younger to submit a drawing to the program. And if your drawing is selected, the hot shop team will call you back, you and your family back, to watch your creation be made out of glass here in the hot shop. And two pieces will be made. One will go home with you and your family, and then one will stay in our permanent collection to be exhibited over time. So be sure to check out the Kids Design Glass program as long as you're 12 and younger, and submit a drawing. And if you're chosen, you'll be a lucky winner. That little torch he'll use to concentrate on certain parts of this branch. It's designed to get the glass super duper hot, so then he's able to manipulate the design, the surface design. That small torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees. During the process, they know what to do and when to do it by reading the color change within the material. So bright orange means it's very, very, very hot and soft. But then if it's the color that it'll be when it cools down, that indicates it's very, very stiff. For all of the visitors that are just joining, our visiting artist is Robert Lewis, working with us here this week in the hot shop, creating his work. On Sunday, he'll have an artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. And if you can't make it back, you can always live stream the process. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. After we finish this branch with an acorn, we will take a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then we'll come back and do it all again around 2 o'clock. So now he'll heat up the top of that acorn and then attach it to the branch. Can we please see some of Rob's past works? Rob's intent in his work is to offer crop moments of perception that enable us to stop, pause, investigate, and interact with our surrounding environment. These works are inspired by naturally occurring phenomena and provide us with a short time to be still, reflect, and immerse ourselves in a sense of wonder. Be sure to check out the piece at the very front of the hot shop as well. A little water. He'll place a little water over the surface of the glass and then we'll tap it off the pipe. They'll do a little sculpting. Alrighty, now we'll place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. We're going to take a lunch break for about 1 hour and then we'll come back and we'll do it all again with Rob and the Hot Shop team. See you guys in a few.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland. My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop.
Pulling?
Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Good.
Okay.
A little bit of heavy pick.
Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. I'm not yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper saturated surface. but that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the visiting arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some ramage. Rammy.
You can call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it?
It's sitting right now.
Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side, you can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Have me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens in. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a bean. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, you know. So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the blue background, is that pink or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first color type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis will do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape, and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here. But when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
It looked pretty fresh.
it was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick.
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just gonna do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This is
That's
a polished thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. What would happen? I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap. Jay.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like radicello and merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the radicello and all the marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with father bought me this yo-yo, and the one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. You know, I met a lot of these guys, you know, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative object because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like preteeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glassblowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
nice if you can make it. Yeah.
So can I make
Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just gonna go once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna touch, Ben? Good. Touch those two together when we come off. Okay. We got a little time.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not?
No, because I need to take that out.
Three on the right, Eden.
Blow hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, make a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See
Let
this
it
as?
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot chart?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like the thing is how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
Oh, it's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And then-
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the afternoon. Our visiting artist in the Hot Shop this week is Robert Lewis, and on the big screen you're able to see some of his past works, and I'll tell you a little bit more about Rob, and then I will let you all know exactly what's happening here in the Hot Shop as they're getting ready to create. Before lunch, we made some acorns and then branches, and we placed the acorns onto the branches. And so, Robert Lewis spent most of his childhood growing up on the rocky coast of Maine. He received his BFA with honors in glass from the School of for American Crafts at the Rochester Institute of Technology in Rochester, New York. He lived in Seattle for 7 years, working summers at Pilchuck Glass School and assisting various glass artists through the Pacific Northwest. In 2004, he became a hot glass instructor at the Hilltop Artist Program here in Tacoma, Washington. And in 2005, he was hired as an associate professor of the Toyama City Institute of Glass Art in Japan. So what you'll see in his past works and as he creates here in the Hot Shop, his intent is to offer cropped moments of perception that enable us to stop, pause, investigate, and interact with our surrounding environment. These works are inspired by naturally occurring phenomena and provide us a short time to be still, reflect, and immerse ourselves in a sense of wonder. Again, my name is Emily, and I'll be the MC for the afternoon, so if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand or just to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So the process, it starts by, we're going to create a larger scale sake bottle, so it won't be functional, but that's the type of shape we're going to make this afternoon. It maybe will take, let's say, 45 minutes, just in case you guys are wondering. It could be a little longer. So that process, it will consist of using the steel rod to dip into the furnace. The furnaces are the silver tanks here in the hot shop with the door on the front of them. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. The illustration is perfect because when they come out of the furnace, the glass glows this beautiful orange color, but it's just glowing due to the heat. When it cools down, it is clear. So on the left side of the hot shop, they had heated up color bar and laid it over a clear bubble. And when you encase that clear bubble, it changes the surface color of the glass. That is known as a color overlay. So we'll have black sake bottles, and then they're going to rotate it on the table here, which is holding silver. So they'll roll up genuine silver onto the surface. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
As he rotates the rod there in the hot glass, the molten glass, it contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. When he comes out, he'll have another gather. We call it gathers, so pieces are measured by how many gathers we take to be able to collect a mass of glass at the end of the rod and expand it. Blowing out that bubble will then allow us to shape a desired form to get a finished piece. So at the bench, he'll use his tools to stabilize the molten hot glass. That block there is a hollowed out piece of fruit wood that's been soaking in water. The steam protects the surface of the glass. Blocks are great for stabilizing those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. We want the outer layers to be evenly shaped, so when we blow into the rod and expand the bubble, the entire piece expands evenly. So as he continues to dip into these high temperature ovens, the pipe will get a little bit warm where he needs to grip it at, so that's why he's over at the pipe cooler cooling it down. Steel is a poor conductor of heat, so that's why we're able to use steel, but it will get a little warm where you concentrate those high temps at. And then black in with another block. As they gather, those blocks grow in size, and so they're able to gradually use different blocks. They look the same, but I'll show you guys an example. So they can start about this size, and they can go all the way up to about the size of larger than a basketball. That they can fit really big gathers of glass into blocks. That cloth-like material he'll use to shape the glass is a stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaking in water. This will allow him to be able to shape almost as if he's using his bare hand. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, we always live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So at www.museumofglass.org, under the hot shop tab, you can click on the live stream and watch what's going on here under the cone. And we also have different events and activities. So if you ever wanted to do a hands-on activity, you can sign up to do a by the furnace experience and create something here in the hot shop with our Hilltop Artists alumni. Hilltop Artists also come and demonstrate their skill sets on every third Thursday. Third Thursdays, we're open from 5 to 8 p.m., free to the public. And Hilltop Artists is a local youth organization designed to enhance the lives of the youth through the glass medium. They start working as young as 12 years old in the hot shops. It's accessible to middle schoolers and high schoolers during their academic school day, as well as after school programming. So be sure to subscribe to our newsletter so you're able to learn about all the events and activities happening here at the museum. One of our bigger events going on this month. Will be April 18th and 19th. We'll be celebrating a joint venture for 420, and that will highlight a large portion of the glassmakers here in the Pacific Northwest. They'll be flame working, creating pipes and dabs and rigs and bongs here in the hot shop. These artists have created beautiful different pipes and dab rigs. Can we see that joint venture slide to learn a little bit more? Just the people can. So on the weekend of April 18th from 10 to 5, they'll be doing flame working demonstrations. And if you don't know what flame working is, it's tabletop glass making on a torch, and that's how pipes and rigs are created. And then on the 18th, we'll also from 5 to 8 p.m. we'll have a beer garden, more demonstrations, and a silent auction of select pipes and rigs from the demonstrating artists. About 8 demonstrating artists will gather here at the museum to demonstrate what they create in regards to pipes and rigs. And then on April 19th, we will have an artist talk, Turtle Time Glass, at 1 p.m. here in the hot shop. So like I said, be sure to subscribe to our newsletter to learn about all of the events and activities here at the museum. So this is hand-hammered silver from Japan, and that's what they're rolling up. It's genuine silver. They'll roll it over the bubble, and it'll create a pattern on the surface of the glass. So now with this tool, he'll start to carve into the material. This is a reference point he's carving into the glass. It'll indicate the end of the rod and the beginning of the piece. Often when we're working here in the hot shop, we shape the bottom first, and then with that carving he did, we call that a jack line. And then that's how we disconnect the piece from the pipe, so we're able to clean up the top portion and shape the top portion of the piece. Pay attention, the glass, the bubble is growing, and that's because Alex is blowing into the end of the rod to expand that bubble. She'll follow his arm with that paddle because that piece is growing and it's getting closer to his skin, and I'm pretty sure it's well above 2,000 degrees. We can only spend so much time shaping the piece at the bench, so they'll go in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot and soft, which will allow them to continue to manipulate the shape at the bench. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory holes here in the hot shop are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only used to reheat the glass, and they rest at 2,300 degrees. Thank you. So the question is, how do they control where the bubble expands? At the bench there, he's using materials to cool it or to shape it. So with the papers, he's guiding as they're blowing into the end of the rod. Wherever they heat it the most is where it'll expand the most, but then you're also able to move that air with the tools at the bench as they're actively blowing. So when we go into the reheating chamber, the part closest to the end of the rod there, the part closest to the end of that connection point, doesn't stay in as long as the rest of the piece, so it goes in last and it comes out first. So that's why you'll see he'll use this torch to keep the entire piece evenly heated throughout. And with his paddle, they're just wooden paddles. He'll start to shape the bottom. So he laid some water over the pipe, thermal shock set in, and when he tapped the pipe, the vibrations helped release the glass. That now allows us to be able to work on the opposite side. And this is why it's important to have a well-carved jack line. When we was carving into the glass earlier on in the process, when we disconnect the piece from the initial blowpipe, the part that we now see as the top can be a little thick. So he's gonna clean up the top, fit it out a bit, and then shape the top. We're making a sake bottle shape. That tool is designed just to add a little bit more volume to the body of the piece, so he's able to put the cone into the top and blow into it to expand the vase. For those of you who are just joining us here in the Hot Shop, welcome. We have Robert Lewis with us creating this week in the Hot Shop. Can we please see some of Rob's past works? Currently, we are creating a sake bottle style vase. It's a bit large in scale. Can we please see some of Robert Lewis's past works? So as he goes in at an angle, he's able to flare out the top of the sake bottle. So now we'll slowly prepare to take this piece off the pipe and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. Thermal shock will set in. And when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will release the sake bottle from the end of the rod. All right, we'll hot torch the bottom. And then they'll take it to the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. Robert Lewis and the Hot Shop team, guys. Let's give them one more big round of applause.
Hey, you guys, I just wanted you to know that I couldn't make any of this stuff without this team. So can you guys give the team a round of applause? Because they're really awesome. All these guys.
And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. We'll give them a second to get some water, and then we'll jump right back into the process. I'll let you guys know exactly what they're making in just a few. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Robert Lewis is our visiting artist this week here in the Hot Shop, and we just put away a larger scale sake bottle. We're going to do another one. And so that process, it starts by taking a steel rod, dipping it into the furnace. He stabilized the glass by rotating it on the table, and then he blew into the end of the rod. So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see at the bench, he's just manipulating the shape of that initial starter bubble. And then the next step will be to add the color bar that he's reheating in that chamber over the surface of the clear bubble. So this is known as a color overlay, and that is how we apply color to the glass. He's heated up a color bar, not this color, it's black. They're like large pieces they remind me of chalk, but it's just a solid piece of glass. So Rob Lewis is here at the foil table. This table has a vacuum below it so it can hold the silver. So now you'll see on the left side of the Hot Shop, he'll lay that color over the clear bubble. And then now he will stretch that colored glass all the way back towards the end of the rod. And when they blow out the bubble, you'll only be able to see the black. We're going to make a sake bottle here in the Hot Shop. Like I said, Robert Lewis is our visiting artist here working with the team this week. You can learn more about him on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. during his artist talk. And if you can't make it back, you can watch on our live stream. We live stream the process daily when we're open Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. So if you would like to watch his artist talk, it'll be this coming Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. So now as we've dipped into the furnace again, they laid that black color all the way back towards the end of the rod. We're going to gather glass a couple times before we're able to blow this bubble out. There at the bench, he'll use his tools to stabilize and shape the material. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. The block is ideal for shaping. It keeps those outer layers nice and cool and even, and it keeps the core nice and hot. So when they're ready to blow out the bubble, the entire piece will expand evenly. It's always really important to have even walls while creating in the hot shop. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So the furnaces here in the hot shop is where all the molten hot glass is held. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They rest at 1,000 pounds. They're able to hold up to 1,000 pounds of glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. So when they make a piece here in the hot shop, it's often measured by how many gathers we take. And so rotating, like when they go to rotate the starter bubble in the furnace, that's called another gather of glass. And so the mass will grow at the end of the rod. It looks orange because it's hot. When it cools, it's clear. Whenever they pluck at the glass like this, they're just removing either particles from the furnace or bubbles, and then they cut them off. They don't want bubbles in the glass. They can interfere with the process. They can cause shock and crack during the cooling period. we're at the point in the process of gathering up enough glass to be able to blow it out into a sake bottle. We're making a larger scale sake bottle. Rob Lewis is with us here working as the visiting artist this week in the hot shop. As we gather the glass, we have to allow for the piece that's currently at the bench to cool. And then we'll go back into the furnace and gather up some more glass. The amount of glass that we gather at the end of the rod will then allow us to be able to blow out the piece to the desired shape and size. The core of that bubble is black, and then we're going to rotate the glass in over the silver here that's laying here on the vacuum table. So you'll be able to see some design of silver over a black base. Can we please see some of Rob's past work? Robert Lewis is our visiting artist working here in the hot shop today. And I just want to tell you all a little bit more about Rob for those of you that just joined us. His intent is to offer crop moments of perception that enable us to stop, pause, investigate, and interact with our surrounding environments. These works are inspired by naturally occurring phenomena and provide us a short time to be still, reflect, and immerse ourselves in a sense of wonder. Be sure to check out his past work that's in the front of the hot shop as well when you walk in. We're going to gather again, and then they'll shape it a little, roll up the silver, and then blow it out. My name is Emily. For those of you who have questions, feel free to ask. Steel is not the best conductor of heat, but the pipe will start to get warm where he needs to grip it at, so that's why he took it over to the pipe cooler to cool it down a bit, just so he can stabilize while he moves around with that large mass of glass. And then as the gathers of glass grow at the end of the rod, the size of that block tool does as well, which is great because then we're able to continue to stabilize those outer layers. We want the outer layers to be even, so when they start to blow out that bubble, the entire piece will expand evenly. So at the bench there, he'll use that cloth-like material as a stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, which provides a very intimate tool for shaping. So he's able to shape and guide the glass where he would like for it to go. They're stretching it out. And then once it's just long enough so it can cover the surface area of the bottle, we're making a sake bottle, a large scale sake bottle. They're gonna rotate it on the table here. Inside of here is silver leaf. Foil or leaf? It's genuine sheets of silver that they'll lay over the surface of the bubble. Hand hammered leaf. So as they work in and out of these reheating chambers, these chambers are designed only to reheat the glass. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as you can see there, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only used to reheat the glass, and they rest at 2,300 degrees during the process. The hollow fire brick within these barrels can withstand these very high temperatures. Thank you. So as he blows into the end of the rod, that'll expand the bubble, and with those papers, he'll shape the glass. She'll use that paddle to shield his arm. That piece is well above 2,000 degrees. It's super hot. The larger it grows, the closer it gets to his skin, so she'll protect his arm. And with that fluffy torch, he's preheating that area there towards the end of the rod. He's making sure that when they go back into the reheating chamber and flash the body of the piece, this area will be a bit more soft because he's going to carve into the glass. He's going to create a line of tension. This is a reference point, which will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. With those jacks that he's heating, he'll use that tool to carve into the glass. It's really important to have a well-carved jack line to be able to take the piece off of the initial pipe we start on and transfer it. So as he cinches his grip, he's carving in a line of tension, creating a weak point within the glass. When he hangs it over the bench, this is purposely done to stretch the body of the piece out. So we have to shape the bottom of the bottle first. We're gonna make a sake bottle style vase, large scale vase. We shape the bottom first, and then we'll transfer it off of this initial pipe onto a transfer rod to be able to work on the top. So when they go into the reheating chamber, the in portion of the pipe goes in first, and it goes in last, and it comes out first. And so that's why he's hitting it with the torch there at the connection point. He's just making sure that it's nice and warm there, and the piece is staying evenly heated throughout. So now we'll connect a transfer rod to the bottom of the piece. We have to transfer the piece from the initial starter pipe to be able to clean up and shape the top portion of the sake bottle. When the transfer rod connection point is nice and chill and stiff, they'll place a little water on that jack line they carved in. Thermal shock will set in, and then when they tap the pipe, it'll release the piece from the end of the rod. When we take the piece off of the end of the rod, it can be a little thick at the top of the piece, and so he's going to get this area nice and hot, and then we'll start to remove some of the extra material. So during the process, they know what to do and when to do it by the visible color change within the material. That orange glow indicates it's super hot, super soft, and highly malleable. So then you're able to manipulate the shape. So now he'll slowly start to remove extra material from the top of the sake bottle. he's creating. As he carves into the glass with those jacks, it creates a weak point so he can just tap off that extra material. So he'll cinch it and then tap and release. So now we'll prepare to remove this piece off the end of the rod, and then we'll place it into the annealing chamber where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. We'll put a little water on that connection point, and then when they tap the pipe, the vibrations will release the glass. Alrighty, friends, Rob Lewis and the Hot Shop team, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Now in just a moment, they'll get started again. Can we please see some of Rob's past works? Hello everyone and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'm the MC for the afternoon. We have Robert Lewis working with us as the visiting artist this week here in the Hot Shop. We just created a couple large-scale sake bottles, and now we'll create like a bubble, and then later he'll cut it open to make it a functional bowl. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. As they are getting started with the process, you'll see it starts by heating up a steel rod and then dipping it into the furnace. There at the table, he's stabilizing the glass that he just picked up at the end of that rod. It looks orange only because it's hot. When it cools down, it's clear. So on the left side of the Hot Shop there, Alex is heating up color bar. And color bar is one way that we apply color to the surface of the glass. It reminds me of chalk, but it's just a big piece of solid color. And I think this one will be black. And then here at this table, Rob is laying out silver. They're gonna roll the glass in silver, genuine silver leaf, to add some design to the surface. So we'll have a black overlay. Again, Robert Lewis is with us creating in the Hot Shop here. And if you're interested in learning more about Rob, you can come back on Sunday for his artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. or you can live stream in to watch his artist talk. We live stream the process of what's going on here in the Hot Shop Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. daily. Can we please see some of Rob's past works? Oh. Maybe not. So now that he's clipped that color bar over that clear bubble, he's going to stretch this bar, the color, all the way back towards the end of the rod. That reheating chamber he's using to reheat the glass rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only designed to reheat the glass. Thank you. So he'll dip into the furnace to gather up some more glass at the end of the rod. The more that we gather, we'll have more mass at the end of the rod, which will help us expand that bubble. The furnaces here in the hot shop are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. They can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. And then when they come out, you'll see it's orange. That's just because it's hot. When it cools down, it's clear. And if they don't rotate the rod, that glass is so hot, it would just naturally fall off the end of the rod. But this entire time, while they're working, the pipe always keeps turning. At the bench there, he'll use his tools to stabilize that hot glass. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. It's a great tool for evening those layers out and stabilizing them. And then when he blows into the end of the rod, it'll expand the bubble evenly. Steel's not the best conductor of heat, but the pipe will start to get warm, so he'll take it over to the pipe cooler to cool it down so he can grip it to be able to keep working. So we have to gather up the glass slowly and allow it to stabilize itself and cool down a little before we're able to move to the next step. We have to gather one more time and then we'll start to blow this piece out. We're going to create a larger scale bubble, and then later Rob will cut this bubble open to make it functional as a bowl. So as the size of the mass at the end of the rod grows, the blocks do as well, and those blocks are just hollowed out pieces of fruit wood, which help him shape and stabilize that molten hot glass. So pay attention to how he's blowing into the end of the rod. We're going to start to expand the bubble, and with that cloth-like material, he'll guide and shape the glass. That's just a stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, but it provides him with a great tool for shaping the glass, almost as if he's using his bare hand. He'll give it a nice flash within this area. He's preheating this area so he's able to carve into the material. He has to carve in a line of tension to create a weak point to be able to take the piece off the pipe at a different point in the process. So he's giving it a preheat with a torch. So now with his jacks, he'll carve into the material to create a weak point. It's also a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So now he'll just flatten the bottom of this bowl so it'll be able to sit flat on a surface top. Again, Robert Lewis is with us working in the hot shop through Sunday. And if you'd like to learn more about Rob, you can watch his Artist Talk Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. on our live stream. Or you can come back to the hot shop and attend the Artist Talk here in person at the museum. So now we'll slowly prepare to take this piece off of the rod and place it into the annealing oven, where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So now he'll get under it. He'll put a little water on that jack line he carved in earlier. Thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, it'll release the bowl. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And that's it for the day here in the hot shop. I hope you guys have a wonderful Friday evening, and thank you so much for hanging out with us here today at Museum of Glass.